which I thought was going to be out and never used again because it's towed instead of self propelled. The other things that I think the United States is doing right is that we have programs on the books that are creating new weapon systems now. There are replacements coming up for ATACMS. I just can't say enough about the attritable air program that they're looking at. That is very much, I think, going to be exploratory. It's going to have to be because we're going to have to find out what works and what doesn't. But the point being that we know that we cannot fight everything with F-35s and expensive frames like that. So we're going to have to find ways that to allow those kind of ships to perhaps guide drones or direct drones or similar things. But they're talking about whole, smaller but still whole aircraft that would be, driving themselves essentially, and that could be attritable. And the point of this obviously is that attritable means it's cost effective for us. So I think those some are some of the best signs that the United States is going in the right direction. Around the world, I'm seeing a lot more signs. Whoever was Dryfly who pointed out the number of contracts that South Korea's picked up, what Japan is doing. 19% of its GDP devoted to defense. Wow, that's a world topper, I do believe. And so on. And we know that the British 155 shell production capacity, I forget what the target was, but I think they were talking about adding more shifts. And because of the high automation in the plant, they're going to be very, very productive. I don't know where France is, and we've seen coming out of Germany and other places quite a bit of aid. So, it's all got to gear up some more, but I think it is gearing up, and it'll take a while. And I think this is why Chuck thinks it's going to be a long war, is because these kind of things you don't start them on a dime. But I'm going to stop talking, except to say I think Dryfly, you're next.
Well, I agree with everything except it can be faster. When it comes to mechanical stuff, a lot of the problems are going to be in things like tool makers. It's going to be the people. And we haven't done a great job in the West training a lot of the kind of skilled trades that are required to make metal parts anymore. We just don't do it. We outsource so much of it to China, but not just China, all around the world. The good news is that a lot of the machine tools that are made in the West, unfortunately, not enough are made in the U.S. A few are. A lot of them are made in places that are too close to battle zones, like Japan and Korea and Taiwan. Um, those machine tools are so much more productive than they used to be. That you can build the tooling, you can build the machines that will make the artillery shells faster, more precise than ever before. So you don't need as many of those skilled people, but their skill level has to be even higher. Most of when I was still working, I quit working pretty much. I don't know when COVID hit. I would walk around tool shops and factories, and I'm telling you, it was shocking how much gray hair there was in a typical tool room. I mean, it was like, my God, it looked like an AARP meeting. I mean, it was just, you just did not see many kids. Now, in fairness, if you talk to the tech schools, they say they're coming, that there was a wave of uh, young people who were interested in making. They were starting to feed the steed. And part of it had to do with the fact that factories weren't as grimy and dirty as they used to be. And that's a fact. They generally are not. I mean, foundries are and forges are, some of the hot, the hot molten metal stuff. But for the most part, assembly and machining, it's all cleaner. So they're getting kids back. But that's the bottleneck. It's going to be the people. And I think if you were to look and see what's holding back the production of the artillery shells, what's holding back the production of even things like putting up additional HIMAR lines or any of that, It's the actual skilled factory workers that are required to make precision equipment. And I hope that the White House is pushing that as hard as they're pushing the production lines, because if they don't, it's going to be crazy trying to get those lines up and running. I mean, I've been in lines that are short bodies when you absolutely need to have them, and even with automation, there are just some things people have to do, and skilled people have to do it. So, if there was something to worry about, that's the thing I've been worrying about for a while. But that will be the biggest bottleneck. And just watch for it. It'll show up in the press. If it turns into a problem, you'll hear about it, and I'll listen.
Thanks, Dryfly. Yeah, I think that COVID really did take a large toll on us in a couple ways. One, just flat out, a lot of people died. That's very harmful, of course, and it meant a lot of people had new opportunities to take. And what we also saw was that there was quite a bit of adventurous spirits out there who decided to start their own businesses, and some of them successfully, and some of them we'll see. But it was not business as usual. It was um, very much more diversified kind of economy than we had. And I can think of a couple big drivers that added to the change, and we'll see what happens with that. But the other thing, once it gets to be labor, helping labor market, in other words, you could get jobs easier. Uh, then you also face just increased prices to get people and then to keep them, because that's the thing that I saw a lot of, was people would get a job and they'd stay in it long enough to become richer by jumping ship and going somewhere else for more money. And that's disruptive too. But what are you going to do? This is America. This is what we do. But I think we'll be able to do it. But automation is definitely going to be the key to this. Well, let's see here. I see. I'm
Well,
gonna go.
okay.
Just go.
Hang
Go
on a
ahead.
second.
Yep.
Linda, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna just do this. I just bumped her down because well, she did message me that she got a phone call, and so I'm going to just bump her down because I think that she'd probably get disconnected anyway. James, I don't know which hand was first. I am going to let you select, and I'm also going to say good morning, Mockers. Thanks for reminding me to go look for the numbers.
Morning.
Good morning, Walkers, and welcome. And I think we did have a couple more hands, but hope you're doing well, and I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm almost ready to get out of here and go do what I do best, which is sleep like a log.
Yeah, about time, Markers. I mean, you're going to do sleep all day. I mean, we got work to do in here in this space. Come on now.
What sucks is Mockers isn't going to be here for very long because poor Mockers has to leave the house today. He has to go to work.
I hate it. I'm already trying to think of ways to not go. Like just refuse. I don't know though. Maybe I'll have
Tell him
to.
you have to deal with the Korean situation.
Yeah, I don't know that Mockers is even aware of the Korean situation at this point. So
Yeah,
I
I do know something, but go on. I've seen a little flurry of information, but do explain.
Well, if you think of World War III, except like in a teapot, then you've got the idea. I think it was a couple shells fired onto the sovereign land of South Korea by North Korean forces. Not No one, I believe, was struck. No one died, but they did evacuate some people from the areas that received the fire. So this is as we've determined, I think, collectively here in the group, that this is no accidental, like, hey, it's Thursday, so well, what day is it? Whatever day it is, it's Thursday, so we should shoot at South Korea. If it wasn't that day, it's probably got some kind of signaling thing that Moscow asked for.
That's what you call a provocation. Anyway,
Yeah.
there were both hands, so carry on.
Yeah. I just when he says that they fired on their sovereign land, not the mainland, it was one of their little islands.
Yeah, not provocating, but not like provocating as in they're going to shoot back. Because I think they've got this pretty well judged, the North Koreans, about like the Russians. Actually, they have a pretty good sense of what will actually push our buttons versus just irritate the hell out of us. You know what I mean? Like that the Reaper drones that we lost, and the missile overflights, and the oops, we landed a missile in your bushes kind of stuff. Aggravating, yep. Actually assaultive of the property, yeah, but enough for us to go to war over, no. But there we are. Now you're all up to date on that, and so you can fly in and solve the problem, skip work. What's the thought, anyways, mockers? What we hope you'll do is, I know what I hope you'll do. Read numbers. But you're going to go to work. What time do you have to report to work?
Well, I can be there any time from an hour from now, up to 3 hours from now. And I'll be honest, in 5 hours from now, if I'm actually in the office, it will be some sort of miracle right now.
I'm sending
however,
you your excuse.
Yeah, you have hands, and I need coffee quite desperately. So that seems like a good plan. But feel free to jump out, James. I will, I'll be there.
Well, you go enjoy some coffee, and I'll see the hands out while you're getting coffee started, and no rush. But yeah. Anyway, so Prince, I will say good night, and it was fun, and thank you everybody for coming up and speaking with us, and good conversation. I always enjoy the discussions. Well, almost always. There's a few discussions where I go, it drives me crazy. But this wasn't one of those nights. This was a very good discussion. So thank you, everybody. Have a great night, and keep Ukraine in your prayers.
Thank you, James. You have a good night. Get some rest. It is nearing the middle of the night for you, but I still have a few hours to go. Let us go now to Romania. Morning, Daniel Our Fire. How are things along the Danube?
3 explosions, maybe 4. So that is the border. I saw the yesterday New York Times front page, and I want to say it's interesting how Tucker Carlson and New York Times can go to the same conclusion. I see bombing on the islands of South Korea, and what I can say very clearly, American leadership have no idea what he's doing. I'm pretty sure you lost the touch with the world, totally. So you need 2 or 3 missiles in Poland, 5 drones in Romania, incursion in Gaza on the birthday of Putin, attacking of the commercial ship in Red Sea. What we have, 8 successful coup d'etat in Africa, and now South Korea. And your reaction is, let's take care to be Chamberlain. Good job, excellent job. I don't know. I think we need to prepare for war this year. Because I remember very, very, very well Ghani saying something. If a Shahed doesn't hit an apartment block in your city, and maybe 40 people die, nobody will move. At this moment, I imagine if missiles strike Guam or Aleutian Islands, somebody will tell you was an accident and we don't need to escalate things. I don't know what you have in your head, but you need to wake up. If my country, Germany, Netherlands, and Spain buy 1,000 Patriot missiles, these are not cheap. Are not cheap at all. We prepare for war, guys, and you need to wake up. I don't know if what will be with your fucking elections because you are so weirdos, but wake up. Please wake up. Understand where we are. Look, the word escalation was so dearly everybody afraid, but we go there, we sleep on there, on war. They push it step by step, step by step. What was your reaction? Sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I never expected to see something like this.
Thank you, Daniel. You have the frustration that I have, and I'm doing everything I can. And that's the thing is it's made me feel very powerless at times, and that's very, very frustrating. Loves democracy. Go ahead.
Thank you. I try really hard not to get angry, especially at individuals. And Daniel, you gave me some advice the other night when I asked, so I appreciate that. I don't know if it's maybe a way of speaking that I tend to take things very literally, but like it fucking sucks if you are not a Trumper right now. It is scary as shit to think what's going to happen if he gets into office. I'm totally
No. Go ahead.
No, I'm totally pissed that as far as I know, they haven't even worked on funding the government, let alone getting anything out for Ukraine. That's pissing me off. And like Prince Heather just said, it's a helpless feeling. My representatives don't listen to me. They don't care what I want. And so, it's very, I believe, I'm not supposed to say this out loud, but I believe that my country is got a year left of democracy. And that's scary. So we spoke the other night. I agree. America has fallen. We are not the leaders, the global leaders that we have been my whole life. But like I said, I don't know if it's just a way of speaking, but when you come on here and you say things, America, you need to do this, America, what's wrong with you? I take that very personally, and I take that to heart. And I'm embarrassed that someone from a foreign country looks at us that way, even though I know it's justified. But I just have to tonight. I'm letting the anger through because I don't think you understand, and maybe there are other people here that don't understand right now how futile it feels for those of us who care about Ukraine, who care about helping, immigrants from other countries, helping our own poor, help everything that's going on in our country. And we it's a horrible feeling. So now I'm starting to repeat myself, so I'll stop. But please just understand that what our government is doing is not necessarily what we want it to be doing.
That's right, and that and that is something that I have to agree with, and I know that Daniel doesn't mean it. After a couple of after I sort of kind of yelled at him last week or the week before, or not so long ago, and I apologize for that. He's all good. We're good, but sometimes it's hard to not take that on as personal because I feel like I'm and I don't want this to turn into a freaking American politics therapy session, but I feel like I'm doing everything that I possibly can without staying up 24/7, and it just still isn't good enough. Sometimes it feels that way, and it's frustrating. And to put so much energy and effort into something, including calling your congressman and calling your senators, and trying to put pressure on politically, in addition to the other things, um, it just it makes you feel impotent and it makes you feel powerless, and it's extremely frustrating. But like I said, I don't want to turn it into an American therapy session because um, we're here to support Ukraine, and that is what we need to do. And we know that we do that every single day. Mockers has numbers. Mockers knows about booms. Mockers, raise your hand and go talk.
Thanks. All I was going to say is, if we don't support Ukraine strongly enough, we will get exactly what we deserve. And, well, yeah, it is a concern. I don't think that America is going to suddenly become an autocracy. I think there is enough legal checks and balances in place that that's not going to happen. But I understand how people are concerned. Let's face it, never should have happened in the first place, as far as I'm concerned. It was an absolute joke. But yeah, from what I've seen, from what I've heard, he's probably going to end up charged with treason. So yeah, I think
Well,
it's
it,
impossible.
crap. Now I forgot.
Marcus, are you saying we should still be in the UK?
That's right. Yeah, if you'd have just stayed under us, it would have been fine. No, I don't. You're just too big and unwieldy, and just yeah.
Oh, the data, the data, the data, the data. I don't have the data. Sending me a message right now to remind me to ask for the data. There is data um, about how close different countries are to becoming autocracies.
Oh yeah, I've
And
seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. The US is way along the line, by the way. It's not like right on the cusp.
yes, but the more autocracies there are in the world, the worse it will be. I don't want to be a total doomer. Mockers, you talked to me
Don't be
for
a
an hour.
doomer, right?
You
Just
talked to me. You talked to me for an hour and a half before you went to bed last night, and you were finally just, I can't with this crazy bitch. I'm going to sleep. No, that's not at all what Mocker said. but but yeah, no, it's frustrating as hell, and it is in the situation. It can be very, very scary. And looking at the data, that there can be such a move towards autocracy,
can I
not
ask?
just go ahead.
Right. So, if everybody was to suddenly just, oh, it's going to happen, we'll lose our minds, what does that do? It reduces hope. It refocuses your energy to something which is useless, because worrying about something happening prior to it happening, whether it's going to happen or not, do you know that's absolutely a complete waste of energy, because worry doesn't change or stop anything, only actions. So I would say worry less, act more. But yeah, let's just say I see a very large legal problem heading his way. and not even going to say his name because I hate him that much, but that's just my personal view. Now, Robocop's hand kept going down. I don't know if it was because he was like in the middle of eating or what, or if it's just glitchy. So go ahead, Robocop.
Yeah, it's a glitch. Every time that you accidentally trigger the mic, the hand goes down and you have to put it back up. I was just going to say that the Republican Party, I don't think a lot of people know, Republican Party is splintered right now. They're broken, right, fractured right down the middle. And there are a lot of Republicans who support Ukraine and say just exactly what we're saying, that we have to win in Ukraine. It's vital. And there's a very small Republican majority in the House of Representatives, and so you'd have to have every Republican on board with this thing of no money to Ukraine and all of that, and you're not going to get that because the party is fractured right now. So
What's the majority?
I believe it's 51 to 49.
Yeah, the majority is 2. It wouldn't take an awful lot to fix that problem, by the way.
Right, right. But I think that there's enough of an outcry that there's enough Republicans that aren't going to get on board with the conservative wing that's anti-Ukraine, because frankly they're listening to Russian propaganda, or they're being paid by Russia. My prediction is that when they get back from recess, they've got to do a continuing. Oh boy, my mind is very tired right now. Continuing resolution to continue funding the government, and then as soon as they do that, which it's going to be excruciating because we're sitting here waiting and wondering, is Ukraine going to get its money and everything? But as soon as they do that, I think they're going to come to Ukraine, and that slim majority is not going to hold. And I think that Ukraine is going to get its money. That's just my prediction.
Thank
I've
you,
got
Rob.
sticky mic. Sorry. All I was going to say really is, yeah, worrying about things that haven't happened yet is just a real waste of our energy when we've got plenty to worry about that has happened. So, yeah, let's not be redirected really towards any other, oh, what if, what if? Well, what if sometimes never comes. So, I think in a way, it's almost a way of hurting your morale to panic about these things. All I'll say is I keep closely in touch. Sorry guys, but I really do despise American politics. It's awful. But I keep really up to date on the court cases that are going on. And let's just say that I think it would be impossible to have that person elected. Also, I would like to point out that they are losing a lot of vocal supporters who realise now that maybe their love for their country is actually more than their love for a particular person. I'll only say that this person is showing exactly who they are, and it's not made everybody agree with them. Just look at the size of the buildings they can fill these days. And remember that they used to fill stadiums. So, yeah, just think about it that way. MS. Oh, go on, Robocop. Did you want to just
Hi.
come back on me there?
Oh,
I was
Oh.
just going to say that this person, he who should not be named.
Exactly. MS, go ahead.
hey, this is an interesting conversation. Well, interesting is not the right word. I lean on the side of great worry. I understand what you're saying, Mockers, that we need to stay hopeful, but I can identify with how, certainly, I think we all identify with how Daniel feels. But I want to say this. I want to say that we think of war in terms of bombs falling and people dying. But I want to propose that we are in a new form of warfare and that the war is actually has landed in North America.
It has.
And it is very scary, and we talk about what's happening in America, but we do not talk about, because Canada's a much smaller country, how bad it is here. It is so bad. The media, you can look at the media in North America right now, or perhaps across the West. They are the goons. They are Putin's goons. And they keep repeating and repeating and repeating the same messaging. It's the same messaging that they're using against Biden that they use against Trudeau. And we have such an amazing prime minister. He's there for the middle and low income. He wants supports for people. He's tireless in his work. He stays focused. He doesn't get in the dirt with these nasty people. And yet he is bashed every single day by the media. So I'm very, very worried. And I'm also worried. And it's funny because when the war broke out in Ukraine 2 years ago, I remember talking about this on, the Walter Report. Remember that there used to be the Walter Report? And
Yeah,
I
we don't
brought it,
tend to mention him either because he's a nutter, but carry on.
yeah, and I got laughed off the stage when I said there, for quite some time now, prior to the invasion of Ukraine, some very big people in the US, including Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan, have consistently called for the US to invade Canada. And I can't help but see the analogy between that and the messaging that Russia used prior to their invasion of Ukraine in 2014. And I make no mistake, I feel Canada has two threats. We have the threat of these Putin's puppets taking control of our government, but we also have a threat south of the border if Trump wins. And the US has the access to the most powerful weapons in the world. So it's just a dire situation. And yes, Mockers,
Yeah.
I want to be hopeful, and I hope that the American people come through. I really do. But we are a failed education system in North America, and we're the chickens have come home, or the hens or
Yeah.
whatever have come home to roost, because that's what happens when you have a poorly educated population. But I will end there, but because I could go on for hours on this. I'm biting my nails waiting. I think Ukraine, if Biden gets in the House and the Senate is Democratic, the Ukraine war will end overnight. If that doesn't happen, expect more of the same. And with that, I'll
Well,
hold on to hope, Mockers.
you see, I can't entirely agree there because things have not moved exactly quickly, even stuff that he doesn't have to, pass by other people. So I think everybody's sort of worthy of a bit of blame here for just not taking things seriously enough at the first, and now just allowing themselves to become very embroiled in just bullshit that isn't anything to do with security or safety or anything like that. Now, obviously, I don't want to have a big conversation about American politics, so let's do this quickly without any screaming or shouting. Otherwise, I will bring out the banhammer. Nick Nafo, go ahead.
Well, and that's exactly what I was going to say. It's like, to me, when I come on here, I want to hear updates about Ukraine, how are things going, what we can do to help, everything else. I know things are screwed up in the US and other places, and I think there's a lot of blame. I mean, if you want to finger point, we can finger point, but that is not getting us anywhere. There is enough blame to go on both sides. Let's move forward. Let's push for what we can do and what we should do. I contact everyone I can to let them know I support Ukraine. I wear gear. um, like I had my sweatshirt on. It's like I'm not Ukrainian, but I support Ukraine. And actually, it's a gift my husband bought me for Christmas because he knows the way I feel. And it's like, yes, politics is involved, and I can point fingers on both sides of the aisle and everywhere else, but that doesn't get us anywhere. We have to work together I'm a moderate, and I see crazy on both ends, and worse progress because they are pointing fingers, both parties, nothing gets done. But, as a fella, I want to support Ukraine. I want stuff to happen. We got to have fundraisers. I mean, you know, I know in this country, and I see it. Nelda Weaver is one of the other fellas I follow. She's working in the UK. It's like, no, don't crush the cars. Ukraine needs them. Don't shred. We have stuff that we are shredding, uniforms and old stuff, that we could be just shipping to Ukraine. There are so many supplies that are tied up in our bureaucracy that Ukraine needs and could have. And yeah, maybe some of it should be shredded, but some of it's probably still good enough. Because things like pants. I mean, you know, I, a warrior goes out there, wears a pair of pants, and they could get destroyed in a day because whatever conditions and he's dealing with and get rips, tears, it can happen just in a day. So that's where my focus is, and I really work hard to keep it that way. Um, and that's one thing I think we should all do. And if you have a special, whether it's um, tourniquets, vehicles, even just winter tires. I see them every day. It's like the basic. Oh, let's send out the warriors with, the basic field kit or whatever else. It's like Ukraine is not going to stop. And so our job is to support them in every possible way. I don't have a fat wallet, but I can certainly retweet and boost, and I donate when I can, whatever I'm able to. But, and even just giving a loving support, because there's lots of fellas and people out there who they get discouraged, and just giving them a hug and saying, hey, I'm thinking of you, don't get discouraged. It's it's not over yet. We can still win. Those are the things I focus on and I try to work for. I'm sorry to kind of rant on there.
No problem, Nick. Yeah, this is the thing, right? It only plays into the hands of our enemies to have us at each other's throats, especially about stuff that is nothing to do with what they're doing. In fact, I would almost say that it looks to me as though it was contrived to be that way, to distract, basically. All these distractions, and what do they mean? They mean that Ukraine isn't getting the answers or the attention that it needs. And that's all it is. Absolutely every part of it is designed as a distraction. And so that's why I keep up to date, but I don't have big discussions about it because it is a distraction. And so, Robocop, I will let you go, and then we will return to Ukraine and War Doggo.
One last plunge into this, and then, like Mockers said, we need to just look at the present and do what we're doing to support Ukraine. Let's see, what was I going to say? First of all, people like Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan are, if I may borrow a British term, Mockers, they're bell-ends. And because saying it the American way is very vulgar. And they, so that's one thing. But I do think that there's a difference between the American people and the government. You can't say that the government is America. We've got a rogue government, sort of. And the American people really are okay. It's the government that's we don't even like the government, and we try to do things about it, but right now they've got a stranglehold. But anyway, that said, I do think that we're kind of in a what I would call a cold civil war. No fighting. There won't be any fighting, but right now we're divided, and but that's neither here nor there. That was all I was going to say, and then now let's go back to the present and do what we vehemently believe in, which is supporting Ukraine.
Ugh, sticky
Absolutely,
mics this
sorry.
morning.
Yeah, I know. Sticky Mike's paid us a visit today.
It's nothing compared. You totally missed the total train wreck of Chuck's time on the stage. Chuck was a rubber banding, jumping up and down, cannot stay connected as a speaker time tonight. It was horrid. And I
The
came.
whole thing's been, just having an awful lot of glitches recently, hasn't
Well,
it? I'm assuming they're trying to fix their iPad thing.
I came up as a speaker then, and I just yelled, "What have you people done to my space?" It was perfect when I left it last night before I went to bed, or this morning before I went to bed, and now you have all mucked it all up. Fix it. And actually, quite honestly, knock on wood, proverbially, I have had no problems myself personally, except for possibly a minor sticky mic. And evidently, I have a brother named Mike that I have never met.
How have I come up this morning and still have a full panel? What's going on here?
I know, isn't that after a crash? We crashed too, like an hour or so ago, not all that long ago.
All right, well, let's talk to War Doggo this morning, because love you, War Doggo, and I know it. What? I love you too.
Love. I said hugs.
I love War Doggo slightly more because he gives me hugs as well.
Of course, I was saying hugs and love to War Doggo, not to you. What do you think makes you think What makes you think you're so special that you should get hugs and love? It's War Doggo who gets them.
And hugs from little white dogs are especially special.
Yes, so please, War Doggo, how are you this morning? And hugs and love from the United States.
Hi, good part of the day. Depending what's behind your window, if it is already dark or it is still dark. I mean, in both cases, I believe you are or getting to bed or just after that one, pretending that that was asleep. In case of me, that's exactly the case. Experiencing some, you know, post-COVID. I tend to believe that it is already post-COVID because having COVID is no fun, despite we have forgot that that's an issue. And in countries like Ukraine, we have slightly a little bit more issues than just the bloody virus. Uh, but yeah, thing is still there, and thing is still tough. And unfortunately, uh, it it gets some effect on the even after you feel better, it gets some effect on the neurotic system these days. My mood is a little bit dark. Let's see uh, how if I'll be able to express myself clearly. Independently from that, you dear bros, smokers, Prince, everybody, excellent from Ukraine. Hope your morning or your night is good and you're doing good and all the loves are safe and well. What you've been discussing earlier reminded me one interesting thing that I was observing since 90s, because Ukraine in 90s was like in full orbit of Russian influence from political life to, to media and whatever. And I recall several Russian made reality shows that were very popular in Russia, and from time to time switching the channels, looking that crap, I really did not imagine myself like how that shit can be interesting to someone. That was pretty primitive and very basic uh, reality shows where like actors were simulating some real life situations, somebody betrayed someone and all of that, emotions and so far and so on. Obviously everything was pretty set up over there, and the only purpose it was serving that we feel ourselves better looking such show and feeling happy that, oh wow, I'm not that person, I'm better than that. And that was exactly serving the purpose, like how that why that crap was there live. And I was observing that kind of reality shows evolution, and they were more and more emotional. They were more and more involving empathy of uh, the observer. They were more and more becoming loud, shaking hands, screaming, so far and so on. And you know what? It evolved, and then it became Skabieva and Soloviev shows, saying that we need to destroy Ukraine with all of that Ukrainians are Nazis, and emotions were actually the same. The circus was always there, but just they simply said, "Hey, Ukraine, you should stop existing. You are not the country." And all of those stupid actors, all of those stupid bastards who were just triggering emotions of different people and at those reality shows, they just simply switched the focus saying, hey, you know what, we hate Ukraine. Mm, And why I'm saying this? Because this is actually an uh, instrument of manipulation, and that didn't happen yesterday. That is something that was there for almost like 30 years, evolving, finding a better mechanism how to knock your minds, how to get to your hearts, and that is something that uh, many people even didn't notice how it starts influencing and impacting. And then we woke up calling someone whom we know on the other side of the border in Russia and hearing that we are the Nazis. And we're like, hey, come on, yesterday we were fishing together. You sure I'm nothing, right? And yeah, you cannot imagine how deep was that, and it was just triggered that, hey, here's an enemy. uh, we probably didn't notice how in the power games, political power games, and I'm probably not the right person to tell you that politics are dirty thing that actually somehow locked as a thing in sync, no longer asking you to do something unless just to throw a paper in during the election process. And it's a good question who represents whom and if represents still. But in fact, finding a certain mechanism how to manipulate and how to like this, like this context advertisement in your browser that uses your cookies and using all of the information about you that is stored. I don't want to go that rabbit hole of all the conspiracy theories, but like is no longer a theory when people when you get specific advertisement depending on what's your interest, how many times you do certain things. It is already called marketing, right? And as soon as that turned to some personalized politics approach, it gets exactly the same personalized message. So you have certain preferences and certain ideas, and every has a specific message specifically for you just to get your interest and attention. It divides a lot. And society, if you take any country, uh, due to uh, historical events are divided, is not a surprise. Take any country, Ukraine. Yes, Ukraine is divided because Russia has attacked, and Russia being putting its effect, and a lot of things are dividing humans. And Poland, neighboring country, I don't know, since the time between Russian Empire and Austro-Hungarian Empire, you can still see the the preferences during the elections, that the society is divided. I don't know, Slovakia, Czech Republic, many countries, they have certain certain patterns which those who want to be famous or successful politics can use in order to boost their uh, their popularity and so far and so on. But boosting that popularity, unfortunately, plays the role in further society division, and that's practically where we are, where we find ourselves, and that's particularly dangerous and scaring. To what extent people certain specific things are used in order to involve that in the political games, and that is somehow scaled and multiplied by the modern technologies. And I just gave you an example of how the media narratives in Russia media evolved since 90s. They were just using same techniques, but just trying to how to call it. They were calibrating it for the best effect, and then they just mentioned who is an enemy and all of that, and all of the aggression, all of the violence that they've been using as an instrument during their reality shows, during that kind of circus that at a certain moment we didn't consider to be serious, and it was like a shit show that no one cares. It seems to be that people were watching that and simply shifting the focus, saying that, hey, you know what, that bad guy that we've been showing you all the time is the West, and in particular Ukraine, because, and they found a lot of arguments to explain why Ukraine is bad and why Ukraine shouldn't exist. I mean, that's no doubt. You know pretty good how good they are in explaining why someone shouldn't exist and why we should do a genocide over that nation, starting from such bastards as Dugin or any other shit show clowns. But this is how they justify their existence. They project a lot on certain things that they they actually are. When they say you are artificial, it means they are artificial. Their history is uh, consisting from some artificial elements. They say your language does not exist. It means their language was invented in a certain moment of time by someone called Lomonosov, and then prized by someone called Pushkin, and that's actually the start of their language. And when they started their language, your language actually was officially used, and you can find the religious literature and all of that, how to call it, written evidence of different events happening, and it was in your language. That's actually the reality, how that mechanism work, and that's how the autocracies. I'm not speaking here about US in particular, but that how the autocracies like Russia have start using that mechanism in order to push their push their agenda, trying to recreate the empire that they consider they are. In fact, we all know who they are and where their place is. That's why Ukraine needs to win this war. Ukraine needs to be a story of success in this genocidal war against Ukraine, because of the weak response to those challenges since 2014. We already, unfortunately, have to say goodbye to more or less peaceful way of living we had, because we made those autocracies pretty confident that the rules and laws that were established after the Second World War, they are no longer important to those who established, and they can be manipulated, they can be challenged, and that's actually the challenge that is happening. That's why most probably not many are ready to accept that reality, and many still tend to believe that it is fine. You see, I still have my car, I can put my hands on the driving wheel, I can go to the job. That's why not many are accepting the reality that we have to prepare ourselves to live in wars, in a world of wars already, just simply because that's the reality happening here or there. But the more people who are uh, having the problems, they decide to solve their problems with violence. That is that is more likely happening these days rather than in the past, despite even through different things still happening through the history in different areas of the world. But still, we can say that plus minus it was peaceful living comparing to what we have to prepare for. Um, and the wide and conquer is the golden rule. Unfortunately, that is still being used by many. Mm. I repeat, Ukraine has to be victorious in that in that challenge. Otherwise, it is going to be even more problematic because many are observing what's the response and how it's going to happen. And as you rightly mentioned, Morpheus, distracting attention is one of the tactics how to avoid Ukraine being victorious. And that's a precedent. If Ukraine loses this war, or this war is getting more to a frozen conflict, it will be something that both parties, both Ukraine and Russia, will not be happy of. Right? It's not like the final state for them. And what happens with the agreements where both parties are not happy? I mean, you perfectly know the history. Give us a lot of examples how long such deals exist. Both parties are just preparing themselves better. Uh, they just learn all the lessons, and it all starts over in much bigger and more significant scale. Just simply, uh, it is, it is how it is. That's not like a question, but that's how it was happening in the history so many times, and why this time it has to be different. Russia badly needing a break in order to recover and to attack Ukraine uh, in much bigger scale. And just exactly because of that, Ukraine needs to be a successful story, not as long as it takes. Because if uh, the intention is that this conflict is kind of peripheral conflict with the control escalation. That's where we were since 2014, and unfortunately, that's where it led us to autocracies challenging the things in a way that we even didn't notice when it starts, as you said, to be a cold uh, civil war in the countries of the societies being divided and being ready for violence just because they see it as the working valid case. Nevertheless, I repeat, Ukraine has to be a victorious success story in that war, just simply as a challenge of the democracy and values that we were living and tend to believe that they're valid. Ukraine is a country who does its civilization choice since thousands, since 2004, Orange Revolution, where Ukraine started waking up, understanding that Ukraine belongs to European nations, that Ukraine is not a colony of Russian Empire as Russia tries to manipulate. And there are many things that many can do personally, from calling the representatives and making sure that they do everything in order to be that Ukraine is the success story in that fight. Um, we can get to MriyaReport fundraisers supporting certain people, and here on very personal approach, I can tell you that those fundraisers that we are doing together as MriyaReport, where MriyaReport generously agreed to help several guys. It works. Every penny works. I apologize. Every penny worked. And probably you've seen pictures and videos from Andriy. Now they're called 18 Brigade, not already the 15th Regiment, but 18th Brigade. They got recently the NVGs after the fundraiser we were doing with MriyaReport. They are already working on the front lines, helping guys to be more effective and owning the night, as we said many times. The fundraiser for the mining equipment that we were doing together with MriyaReport and dear listeners, ex-military AOD Gary Gaz AOD is his Twitter handle. He is in Ukraine these days, and we're meeting guys from different units to whom the metal detectors are going, and he already shared some metal detectors to again 18th Brigade of National Guard of Ukraine, to Andriy. You can see the pictures I've been retweeting yesterday, and the next on the way are the guys from the suppers of the emergency rescue services, those 17 metal detectors for which we have raised the funds together with MriyaReport listeners. That is on the way. The pictures and videos, of course, will follow. But also, Gary agreed to share some metal detectors also to Omega Special Unit, National Guard of Ukraine, a special force. Those guys to whom we were making the hearing protection and other fundraisers already as well. And he said that he's going to meet also guys of Scruff, the Marines, to whom he will also share the metal detector. So majority of people whom we regularly support, they are getting the post Christmas New Year presents from Gary, and those metal detectors we were raising funds for. They're also to be delivered in days. That's how your funds work. That's how every penny is in that projects are in the business. And now MriyaReport helps to raise the funds for combat pants to Alpha unit guys, and we were hearing them recently at the space, speaking about their jobs and all of that recently, and we are going to hear them pretty soon for the interview up at MriyaReport as well. So if you are interested what Alpha unit does, there are certain documentaries about SBU, starting from Crimea Bridge, then about Bakhmut, then about medics of Alpha unit, and those guys are awesome because they do a lot of special operations, and those that are publicly revealed, there are not many revealed, but those that are publicly mentioned and everything related to that is interesting. I think Tracy's been sharing the NAVO TV, where those documentaries are available and everybody can go checking out over there. They are with English subtitles, and I think that they are among not many informations about the Ukrainian Secret Service revealed and operations that Ukrainian Secret Service been conducting. So that's exactly the guys for whom MriyaReport is helping with the fundraiser. And combat pants is something that they really need because first they are an important element of the equipment, and they are the consumables. It means that they are needed a lot, and that's why they are asking for them, and they are pretty specific part of the equipment because they are designed. Those are not the regular pants that people are wearing on their military bases or when they're like call it domestic, right? Those are the pens that are used during the missions and operations. And those guys of Alpha, they are like almost all the time on the missions and the operations. That means they are always in the environment where they need like the additional protection that those pens are giving, and they are designed in a way that they are very customizable in for this specific use, and that's exactly what they're looking for, and that's exactly what MriyaReport have stepped in to support. Thanks to MriyaReport, dear listeners, hope we are able to complete that fundraiser. And guys from Alpha will be coming up to the space soon. Stay tuned for the announcements, and there will be a guest cards about that. Thank you so much. As always, hugs and love from Ukraine. Sorry for taking that long time. I hope the info was interesting. Thanks. Take care.
Hugs and love, Board Doggo. It's always a pleasure to have you up every morning. It's well, for me it's evening, but it's something I look forward to every night before I go to bed while I'm hopefully still co-hosting. Um, Mockers once again has been rudely thrown out of the space because Twitter hates her. Not really. It's I think she might have sent a message to Elon Musk. I'm just kidding, and I will try to get. I will try to find the one serious bone I have left in my body at this moment. Oh look, she made it back into the space. RoboCop, please enlighten us while we see if Mockers can stay in the space for more than 5 minutes this time.
I just wanted to thank War Doggo. I had no idea about how the division had developed, had evolved over 20 years like that, and to have a personal account of it too it sounds insane and just very, very dramatic. And I think that it reminds us that we think that we have a bad division here in America, but we could be like Ukraine. It could be so much worse, and it turned deadly, And so I just wanted to thank War Doggo. It's been very enlightening what you had to say.
Thank you. Sticky mics. Yeah, War Dog, you always have good stuff to share with us and bring us and enlighten us with when you come up, and it is always much appreciated. Makas, are you there? I think I know the answer actually. I'm reading. And it's like, Makas, let's see if you could manage to stay up for more than 30 seconds. But no, Mockers, you look like you're perfectly fine on my screen. Just saying, if you can hear my voice, go to the light. No, not go to the light. Restart your phone and try again. Tracy, if you want to come up and talk to me for a minute, that would be much appreciated. If not, like, I'm sort of kind of laughing, because I even like did like a blessing. I even did a blessing upon it, and it didn't work. But I don't know what that means. She at least got herself knocked down out of the co-host spot this time, which is good. One of the things that has brought me great joy today, one of the few things that has brought me great joy today, was the trolling and beautiful pictures that I have seen that I do think and I do take as a birthday present to Budanov. I mean, if you look, I've got these saved here in my bookmarks. I am seeing a phone with the GUR, with the Ukrainian military intelligence, up on their screen in front of the FSB office in Moscow, and that's like pretty freaking epic. Mocker, speak to me, Mocker. Speak. Can you speak?
I can't.
That didn't work, Mockers. Try again.
Oh no.
Sticky mic still being sticky, I guess. How did that work? You hear me now? Yeah.
Now you're here.
Right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I've still got sticky mic playing me a visit, but yeah, it just seems to hate me at the moment. Last time when you brought me up to speak, I had no audio at all, so I had to recycle, obviously. I've restarted my phone twice now. I've forced stop, cleared the history, all that palaver. No, it just doesn't like me today. This most recent update has apparently caused loads of issues for Android users. So guess what? I have a phone that runs on Android. That'll probably be why. Shall we do some numbers before I get kicked out again?
Yes, absolutely. Duh.
Oh, right. Let's try this. Maybe I'll get to the end of them without crashing. I know, that'll be like amazing. Can you believe I've not like thrown my phone at the wall and screaming right now? I don't know what's happened. I must have learnt some patience during this last 2 years. So 790 liquidated personnel. And it's amazing that that is almost just considered average now. A little bit below average. 9 tanks. 14 armoured personnel vehicles. 30 artillery systems. Lovely. 2 more MLRS. Yes. Sorry, get excited about those. And 1 anti-aircraft system. 18 UAVs. Just the 1 cruise missile. But yo ho ho, we have 40 vehicles and fuel tanks. Honestly, these logistics vehicles are taking an absolute beating. And 9 more special equipment. That's just blimmin' lovely. Absolutely fabulous.
These are pretty dang good numbers.
Exactly.
I sound surprised because it's the first time I've heard them. Yeah, the 30 artillery systems and the 40 vehicles and fuel tanks, those are things that make my heart sing.
And both those have been in decent numbers recently. There's only one day where artillery systems were very low, but they still took some out. I'm imagining that was the day of generally low numbers, where it seemed that they, I don't know, they had a day of rest, perhaps, day of regrouping or something. Talking of which, do we know how they're regrouping after their emotional events last night? Because, my goodness me, right? Someone came round to see me last night, and the whole time they were talking to me, I was going, oh, and another boom, and another boom. Oh my God. Yeah. So basically, they spent the entire time listening to me say boom. And I'm just being co-hosted, so I can't mute my mic. So apologies. I'll just carry on talking. So yeah, Crimea. How many places needed to get hit in Crimea last night? Not enough, obviously. But wow. All I could see last night was just booms going off everywhere. So I think we need to celebrate some of that. There was just one after the other coming through. I was like jumping up and down at one point, going, F you, Russians. Yes, I was. Yeah, I am actually that grown up. So, where got hit yesterday? Well, there were explosions reported just all over Crimea, all over. All these places that we tend to know the names of because we know there are air bases and major military bases in these places. So, Saki, Evpatoria, Chernоморsk, Sevastopol, Novofedorivka. A new one on me, this, Vilino. Not quite sure, but whatever. Again, Saki. Then we heard of explosions in Novorossiysk. Now, it may have been air defense. There's certainly air defense been fired off there, but that also suggests that there were other things. Sevastopol again, Jankoy, and I was like, as soon as I saw Jankoy, I was like, woohoo! Yeah, you'll have to excuse me. I got super excited. Then Kerch, Saki again, Jankoy again. Now, some of these may be overlapping, but still, you know, it means to me there's more than one explosion. And then there was a new missile threat in Crimea, and they were all having a panic. And as you can imagine, the Telegram channels lit up with all of this. Why are they attacking us? I know, it's very confusing. And then Belgrade.
Why don't they just, mockers, why don't they just throw themselves on the ground and yell, victim here, victim here?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe because they couldn't punch down when they were that low. So anyway, then we heard of booms in Belgorod. However, again, what I did notice was a piece of what appears to be air defense rocket landed in a car park in Belgorod, which I thought was quite amusing. There was a video of that, but there were definitely some booms in the Belgorod area too. And then again, air defense was active in Evpatoria and Novofedorivka. And then there was a report of a very large explosion in Novofedorivka. Then Saki, definitely something exploding over there. A little bit of a video. The boom in Belgorod was actually captured on camera and does show something falling just straight down and hitting the car park there. I'm not sure that Ukraine would choose a car park as a target, really. Then what did we hear? Berdyansk. And I was like, hang on a minute, that's a new one. So then I got super excited again. I was like, Berdyansk, down on the coast, near Crimea, sort of. So I've got hiccups. Can you tell? I got so excited, I got hiccups now. So Bryansk was also not entirely quiet, but I think Belgorod received the most of it. And I had to laugh because the Russians put out a statement, and this was the enemy's plan in a nutshell. That's right. They load our air defense with cheap and numerous drones. Yeah. In addition to a UAV, they launched the old converted missiles from the S-200. I think we all know that the Super Buff 200 has a hello cat, has like a radar signature the size of Texas. So they can release this thing and it basically obliterates the radar signature, but smaller things. And then they say, at the moment of reloading our air defense and analyzing targets, they tried to hit with missiles again. How sneaky. I'd like to point out that Russia have been trying to make this particular set of events, apart from the S-200, they've been trying to make those particular events work for them in exactly that way. So, yeah. It's a shame when two can play at that game, isn't it? And they don't like it. Upsets them, War Doggo.
I think that the best word that expressed this kind of behavior was invented by Will, and it's called victim. First, behaving like a first part of that expression, and then playing a victim explaining all the world how innocent you are, and like those Nazis, Ukrainians. I told you, Nazis. They're destroying our peaceful cities, and Russians that they don't have nothing connected to this war. Of course, that's just the Putin's war. No Russians are supporting this war, of course. But if you get to the streets and you ask, 80% of the population will tell you, yes, till the victory, Ukrainians, we need to show to Ukrainians, we need to punish Ukrainians. Punish for what? For making a civilization choice, for uh, organizing themselves, living better and more prosperous than in many cities, average cities of Russia. That deserves a punishment, really. That's the Russian way of doing the things. Instead of developing, instead of increasing their knowledge, just simply humiliate the one who can be a bad example on their borders, for their people start asking the questions, hey, but why we are living in that shit, being that prosperous, resource-wise country? That's probably the part they're missing in their logic exercise, right, mockers?
They're missing a lot of points in their logic. I'll be absolutely honest with you, Wardoggo. It's taken me a very long time to start to get a handle on the mindset that they are using. And even then, I've got to be at my most cynical to really, be able to say, pretty sure that this is what they're going to do. And usually I'm right just by choosing like the worst option or the most cynical thing. Like, the headlines in the newspapers, we can almost predict them. This morning, it will be Ukraine have viciously attacked Russia all night, a whole day with no reprieve. And, they'll just forget about the 29th of December or the 30th, one of them. And the 2nd of January, those things but they're in the past. They don't matter anymore, So, yeah, it'll be considered thoroughly disproportionate by the news, no doubt, if they even talk about it at all, because you know how they don't like to really harp on about any successes of Ukraine. It's almost as though there's some sort of conspiracy. Excuse me, conspiracy theory girl. But, when you look at the people who are writing some of these things in the press, then you find out exactly why, because they are indeed plants. And you're like, look, I know conspiracy theories are like supposed to be like out there and crazy, but every now and again some of them are true. And I actually think one of the reasons why the world has become so awash with crazy conspiracy theories is to hide the ones that sound crazy, but actually aren't. And I think over the next couple of years, things will come out that will go, I cannot believe that happened right under our noses. There's going to be an awful lot of realization. Of course, if we don't all fall into a terrible autocratic universe. You know what? I've hoped that we're better than that. And I have hope that, legal checks and balances and people generally have morals. Generally. We know there are a few who don't, but whenever you see anything going off in the US, that is a distraction, and it is very likely being supported by Russian action. I'm not saying that anybody is a Russian FSB plant in the American politics or anything like that, but stranger things have happened. I mean, look, for example, at the UK. We have what's his name? That guy who's in the Lords. We have a Russian oligarch as he's one of our House of Lords peers. I mean, how did that happen? That happened because they wheedled their way into our society. Now, Ledbedev, that's the guy's name. I was mistaking him for Drunken Dima. Yeah, I mean, he may be a stand-up guy, but I don't really believe that. I don't really believe that. I do believe that there's an awful lot of subversive action has gone on over the last, 20 years, probably. Half of my life, maybe even longer, to lead to this moment, because I have noticed that Russians do not plan in years, they plan in decades. They slowly maneuver everything on the chessboard or on the the game board to their advantage, and then when you try and act against them, you find that they've boxed you in. And we've noticed this with a lot of our organizations. They seem a little bit boxed in, don't they? Unable to make decisions, and I feel as though that was very much contrived. I mean, I know they're not, excellent organizations from the startup, but for a time they worked. They don't work anymore. And who broke them? Well, we can see exactly who broke them, because they're the only people that are, digging their feet in and not making agreements with everybody else in the group. And that to me suggests, that they are indeed specifically bad actors. In fact, Orban is said to have made his turnaround in his love for all things Russian. According to information, I mean, I'm not accusing him, I'm just saying that there is information going around that he received a huge bribe. And, that would certainly change your mind about some things, I suppose, if you're corrupt enough. Yeah, so, you might change your opinion for the sake of a massive amount of money. Yeah, I feel as though people who can be bought really shouldn't ever be trusted with power. And unfortunately, yeah, there are some people who can be bought or at least persuaded. Well, we've got Erdogan playing his entirely his own game. I don't think he sides with anybody but himself, He's just literally trying to get the best out of every situation. Specifically for him, he's just particularly selfish. But Orban definitely appears compromised. Vucic, I don't know if anybody saw what happened in Serbia yesterday, but there was quite the event where the leader of the opposition party was arrested, had the absolute 7 colours knocked out of him, was detained in a military hospital and eventually released back to his family, who arrived home to find their home being ransacked by the police, because, and all of this was because he had laid flowers on the graves, on a historical grave of Armenian people, I believe. And that was considered an incitement to racial hatred. Oh, yeah. And now, if that isn't a moving back to something that came before, I'm trying to remember the guy's name from previous, who was, one of these authoritarian wankers in Serbia. But yeah, basically, that's the one, Milosevic. Yeah, I knew it began with an M, and I was like, yeah, I don't know the rest. It's going back to that, where basically, if you stand up against the government, you'll end up with your legs broken, and that's just the way it is. And unfortunately, he's become a target because he is the top of the opposition. Yeah, this is literally wide out in the open. We're not hiding this. We've absolutely kicked the carp out of this guy because he is our opposition. So anyone else want to stand up to us? And that's basically what they're doing. They're saying, the more you try and stand up to us, anybody who's got any sort of political clout or power against us, you know, anyone who would be a leader for people to gather around, well, this is what they're in for. They're going to be harassed. They're going to be physically abused. They're going to be, you know, treated like a criminal just for trying to stand up for the people and their rights. Now, that to me was very concerning, because once you step over those lines, there's no going back. You know, that is people just making up arbitrary decisions and, you know, refusing to give up power. And that's the sort of thing that ends up with, well, you remember that Gaddafi guy? And how, like, the people just basically said, yeah, we've had enough of this, and they went and totally overtook his palace and eventually found him and dispatched him, not too quickly. Yeah, so, you know, that's the sort of thing that leads to that. And there was, well, let's just say there was plenty of people in the streets that all I'll say is they outnumber you. And we've got to remember that sometimes, that we outnumber our leaders. And, you know, if we really want them to do something and they're not listening, we have the opportunity to make them listen. I'm not calling for anybody to go and grab their pitchforks and go running down the road, but it is an option. If you don't get listened to, look at the Serbian people. Look at how many of them have been coming out day after day after day, because they know if they don't fight now, they're going to lose something really precious, which is their freedom. And, well, they're already seeing their freedoms ebbed away. And, well, they saw how historically these things have been overthrown, and it is literally people power. You have to come out and exercise your right, otherwise you will lose it. And honestly, if we don't support Ukraine with everything we've got, we deserve what's coming to us. I'm not saying it's going to be pleasant either, but yeah, just remember that this is a turning point in history. I can see it. Now, some people have said that I have a lot of foresight. I wouldn't call myself a psychic in any way, no, but I am good at, put a movie in front of me, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen all the way through it. It's just so predictable. And it's not very often I'll watch something and be surprised by it in any way. I don't know. I've got this sort of mind that immediately sort of thinks to the end game. And I see the end game, and it's not pleasant for any of us. So, you know, that the more we dither, the more we stand still, other people are moving and we're standing still. And that doesn't seem like a good place to be, because it makes us a better target. So, was that my TED Talk for the morning, Prince? Welcome, and thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
We appreciate your TED Talks, and we would be lost without them. And so we are so thankful that you have gotten dressed and ready for work while talking to us on the space and being booted out of the space repeatedly, and giving me the opportunity to involve a donkey. Yeah, I think I just wanted to say that at some point, because, you know, it's nothing's ever complete without a reference to a donkey. I don't think that's true. I just felt like I needed to say it. And it's actually sort of an inside joke with Mockers. Mockers totally gets it. So it's all good. Um, but yes, wonderful TED Talk. There is so much happening in so many different places that, you know, it tentacles, Mockers, tentacles. I mean, I sit here and I draw. I have this notebook where I keep notes, and they're always teeny little notes, just to remind me to say something. And and nothing profound by any means. I mean, there's like Russian language written here, and then there's Maidan written here, and then there's stuff that I crossed out, and then a list of names and all of that kind of stuff. But sometimes I will actually just doodle, and 9 times out of 10, as soon as somebody starts talking about, well, what's happening in Serbia, or what's happening in North Korea and South Korea, or what's happening in yada yada yada. Oh, look, Mockers crashed again. So the key to keeping Mockers in the space without crashing evidently appears to be to make Mockers talk nonstop, and that may actually be something to keep in mind. It just makes me think of tentacles. So I've got these drawings of really really bad octopus that aren't really octopus. They're literally just squiggly lines. Holy crap, that's not Mockers, that's Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Oh,
Hi, Prince. I couldn't open my mic then. Oh no.
she got Sticky Mike too. Sticky Mike is mean, man. And I do just want to say though, that Mockers raised her hand, but that's a whole nother story. I want to say though, I did enjoy the GUR tour of Moscow yesterday. I think that was a beautiful present for Budanov, and we can talk about that in a moment. Mockers, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, I think I have to just give up at this point. I am supposed to be in the office today, and it is a very good thing, really. Otherwise, I'd be thoroughly frustrated and, lobbing my phone across the room. But I think it is the app, to be fair. It seems to be that there's a few issues with lots of people, especially Android phones for some reason at the moment. Shocker. So, apologies, but it's a good job I'm not in today here, because it'd be like yesterday, up and down like a bride's nightie. Do my nutting, I can assure you. That's a saying from my mother, by the way. I apologise.
No problem at all. You have a good day at work, and I'm sure that you will be listening. And knock wood once again, and just to maybe put the icing on the cake. Me with my iPhone, I have been here in the co-host seat, hoping not to jinx myself for the last 4.5 hours, and have not had but one nary problem of maybe a slow responding mic button. That would be about the only problem I have had. And so, moral of the story.
Stop saying
What?
that.
What? Right? Moral of the story is dump that freaking Android phone. I know you won't buy an Apple product, but anyway, it's I just have to say. But also, I think that there may be other people who might be able to co-host and not have a problem, who use Android phones, and we'll see how that works out. And if worse comes to worse, I'll get on my alt account with my Android phone and see what happens, because that would just be amusing. I should have done that. I should have seen if I could co-host from my Android phone. Just a mess. Anyway, but no, we have more important things to talk about, Tracy. And Tracy and Mockers go to work. And
Yes, boss.
yeah, and I will message you and hound you while you're at work until I fall asleep. Oh, look, she actually left. That's pretty funny. Mockers taking orders from me. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is the slow torture of Ukraine overnight, and that's what I call it. And they've been doing this on a regular basis, and they're doing it again. Um, a group of drones, a second group of drones, a third group of drones. I'd have to go back in the feed and look to see how many groups of drones there were. But what they end up doing is they end up making this very freaking stupid slow journey all the way across the country. And yeah, it's kind of crazy. I've been watching this group of drones go through like Odessa, and then Mykolaiv, and then like Kolvorod, and then like Cherkasy, and then to like Vinnytsia, and then to like Joydomor, and then to like Kleminski, and now that's Kleminski is still in an air raid alert, and Ternopil is still in an air raid alert. So now my question is, are they going to make that drone, however many may be left of them, make it all the way to Lviv or not? That is what I have been watching all night. But it has been going on for the last, you know, he's been in under air raid for 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I've been watching this slow move for more than 4.5 hours since I've been co-hosting. Since before I was co-hosting, I was noting all of these drones, and I haven't seen an Air Force report yet. Tracy, has there been an Air Force report yet?
No Air Force report yet, but Natalia Homeniuk has said that 10 Shaheeds were shot down by the Southern Defence Forces. But obviously that's just the Southern Defence Forces, but nothing official confirmed from the Air Force just yet.
Yeah, and I don't know how they put out a report until this, last, I don't know how many maybe in this group of drones are taken down. And at this point, like I said, Ternopil has been in air raid now for 1 hour and 16 minutes. And I'm wondering if it's going to make its way all the way to Lviv. What is this little drone doing, and it just needs to be shot down is what it needs to do. Right, Tracy?
Absolutely. The last time I saw a drone warning was about an hour ago, and that was strike UAVs approaching Kalinka, Vinnytsia region. And that was just a bit over an hour ago. And then there was one just after that, was just over an hour ago. Strike UAVs approaching Staro Costiante from the south and southwest. So, but
Yes.
yeah.
No, but if you look at the air raid map, there is a risk of drones in Kleminski, and that's why they are up in Ternopil also. That's why the air raid sirens are going off in there. They aren't being as quite as thorough in the Air Force feed as what I'm seeing on the map. They're not telling you how.
Yeah, the
What's that?
monitor thing is not. The monitor thing is more is quicker, isn't it? I think sometimes in the Air Force.
Well, I haven't.
Dnipro,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say Dnipropetrovsk military administration is reporting that 6 Shaheeds were shot down, all of them in the Kiviri district. Debris fell on the territory of a non-working enterprise. But nothing official from the Air Force yet. But yes, so you were saying about the monitor, sorry?
No. It's all good. And now I'm getting what is this one doing? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Mass media reporting a explosion in the Kleminski Oblast. And so we'll see what ends up happening with that. That may actually be air defense finally getting that one little nasty drone, or I don't know how many drones there were there. So yeah, it's just something to keep an eye on. And yeah, it's very, very interesting. And remind me tomorrow to send you something else that I think you will find extremely interesting. But tomorrow my time, as in, well, crap, it's going to be tomorrow my time in 20 minutes. But after I wake up, hopefully in the morning instead of the afternoon tomorrow. But we do have
I don't like cryptic things, you know that.
I mean, no, I'll send it to you. But we have two hands. RoboCop, I think, was first, and then radio. Yeah, so RoboCop, go ahead.
If I stop responding and stop basically doing anything, it's because I fell unconscious, which is otherwise known as going to sleep.
Well, thank you for sharing. Okay, and that happens. We've had, if you leave your mic open, we may be able to tell you if you snore. We've had that happen multiple times. And we are more than happy to let you know if you need to seek the assistance of a doctor. We have suggested that to a couple of people at this point. After a couple of years, yeah, we can tell the difference between sleep apnea and not sleep apnea. I'm just kidding. Seek medical advice if you have a question. Radio, go ahead. Oh, and he drops just as I say that. Now, Tracy, did you see the video of all of the GUR symbols all around freaking Moscow yesterday? Did you see that?
Yes. Yes, that was brilliant.
Wasn't that brilliant? It was like they went to the FSB, they went to like some big huge airport, it looks like. I don't know what that sign is. They went to that's like a military base. And then they went to like the FSB office, and then they went to the Kremlin, and I just absolutely adore that they're walking around with this piece of paper with the GUR insignia on it, with the owl and the wings and they're just walking around like normal all around the Kremlin and all around these other places. And I thought, happy birthday, Budnov! You got people everywhere, don't you? It's amazing what you can buy in Russia.
Yeah, it was fabulous. I was just absolutely laughing. I was so laughing out loudly to myself with proper belly chuckles watching that. It was just brilliant. And I was thinking when you were just saying that about the military base then, because that was my thought. When I watched it, I thought, I wonder if that's where that plane was set on fire. If it's the same place.
I don't know if that one was in Moscow. I know that there was a plane set on fire. It doesn't look like they claimed it in the numbers, which is not surprising because that kind of thing, it just it's what happens. And yeah, so that was like maybe the highlight of my short day. But yeah, and then the other one that I really really liked, and I think it might be up in the nest. Yes, it is. It is the last thing up in the nest, and it is the graphic that is so jam packed of what looks like little dots until I get into my bifocals here, and then you can tell that they are drones and missiles, and 887 cruise missiles, 15 aeroballistic missiles, um, ballistic missiles of the Kinzhal type, 41 other ballistic missiles, 2,691 assault UAVs of the Shahed type, 35 Lancet drones, and 131 and other Orlan drones. That's a lot of stuff to shoot down. I'm so glad that they have figured out how to shoot it down with things less expensive. And we've seen things like a machine gun taking down a cruise missile. That was rather epic, don't you think?
Yeah, they definitely need more things like that, don't they? And it's fantastic, isn't it? When I first saw that graphic, had to like double and triple check it. I was like, wait, that's just incredible. I was like, wow, it's certainly pretty good, that's for sure. Imagine all those lives that have been saved by taking all those down. It's just absolutely astounding, isn't it?
It is. And even though things still fall from the sky and do damage, we know that shooting them down causes less damage than would be caused if they hit their targets, I think is the way to say it. But
Absolutely.
Tracy, Meta came up to talk to us. Shall we see what's up in are you in Finland or Sweden, Mete, or Norway? I can never remember. Sorry. Good morning, Mete.
Good morning. It's Finland. Yeah, I've just listened to mockers and jumping up and down for all these booms. I have luckily I've been just sleeping over those, so I haven't sort of uh, heard them live, but I'm so excited about them. I just heard one source that usually is reliable that said that Ukrainians have targeted concentrations of troops all around Crimea successfully. So we always, need these confirmations about every strike and so on. So it seems like they've hit the targets at this point. So yeah, and then there was some boom in Donetsk as well, occupied Donetsk. So they are really kicking it on. I hope Budanov had some cake yesterday so he can smile something. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta, and good morning. Karen, good evening to you, is it?
It is 10:43 p.m. here in Alaska. It has finally stopped snowing. And I hope you all are well where you are. I have a story to share that is a little bit more on the romantic side. And I think one of the reasons I want to share it is because I want to emphasize the fact that part of the way to defeat Russia is to count on the fact that there are people within Russia that are increasingly finding Russian rule, Putin's rule, intolerable. And this is a romantic story. There is a young man who has spent the past 15 months in pretrial detention. In September 2022, he read a love poem that he had written for his girlfriend, Nadezhda, at a public gathering. Now, this was the first time he had shared any of his work in crowd. So, imagine going in front of a crowd, sharing your work for the first time and being arrested. He was detained later that night, not because of the poem that he shared, but because of the poem that was shared after his was an anti-war poem. And he clapped and cheered for the poet who read it. And for that, he was arrested. And for a while, his girlfriend heard nothing from him, and she had been very, very worried. And then she received a letter. Will you marry me? And so she was allowed to marry her boyfriend, who just turned 23 this last month. She is 18. She was allowed to marry him in prison. And she didn't wear a white dress, no bridesmaids, bridegrooms. Her husband asked for permission to use the plastic tip of a drink bottle as a ring. You know, the rings around soda pop bottles where you screw on the lid. He wanted to cut one of those off and use it as a ring. He wasn't even allowed to do that. But they got married. But I just read that story and I thought, how long are they going to be able to stand living in a country where merely cheering for somebody is going to get you arrested? Now, last week, Mr. Shatova was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison. Mr. Kamaradin, the poet who read the anti-war poem, was sentenced to 7 years. And they were accused of undermining national security and inciting hatred. This is what you get for cheering on another person's poem. 5 years for 5 to 5.5 years in prison for cheering for an anti-war poem. Couples' courtships grind to a halt when they are put into test at a time when both parties are facing psychological and emotional stress that comes with prison conditions in Russia and a justice system which judges pronounced a guilty verdict in more than 90% of the criminal cases. And so here is this one little bright story of a couple that, in spite of it all, tried to get married. And I hope and pray that someday that just a second, that Nadezhda and Igor, I hope that someday that they are free and able to pursue their lives in a country that will not jail them for cheering for an anti-war poem. And it's just, I also saw last week an article of families that, in spite of the fears of being arrested, they are still protesting the fact that their husbands, sons, and fathers are at war and that they want them home alive and well. And I think part of the key to seeing Russia defeated is to encourage the people that live there that they can have a better life, that they don't have to live in fear, that this is not the only way to pursue their lives. So hopefully she will not be arrested. She's organizing letter writing campaigns and supporting prisoners by mailing them food and clothes. Who knows how?
But Karen, why are you so focused on what's happening in Russia?
Because I feel like the key to defeating Russia is to get their people to realize that they truly want a better life.
Yeah, but the reality is they've had years and years and years to figure that out. And but realistically, I read that story like 3 or 4 days ago. And nice story. It's a great story. I'm glad that they found love. I'm sorry that she ended up marrying as young as she did, because that was something that she did mention also. She never planned on getting married this young. But realistically, I care more about what's happening to the Ukrainians. I care more about this right now. What I care more about is the health of those returned from Russian captivity on January 3rd is quite bad. Most of them have damaged digestive systems, skeletal muscular systems, dental problems, many problems with their legs. What?
Prince, just because you care for anybody that is being treated unjustly, okay, as these people are, doesn't mean that you don't care for those people that are suffering terribly, because it's Putin that is causing.
You have had, what? We don't need to sit and sympathize with the people in Russia who have had 2 years to stand up and do something, and they're not doing anything. Great story, nice story. I'm glad they're in love. I'm glad they were able to get married, even through the jailhouse rules. But realistically, most of them have digestive system problems, skeletal muscular system problems, dental problems. Many of them have problems with their legs, as prisoners are forced to spend a lot of time standing. And yes, more than 90% of those who have been returned have been tortured. And we know that this in Russia is state policy. This is what we get back. 230 of them were there. 230 returned yesterday. The youngest one is now 22. He was one of the youngest defenders. He was a medic from Rene, Odessa, one of the youngest defenders of Zimny Island. He was captured at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. He has been gone for almost 2 years. All of this time, he has had no contact with his relatives, none at all. You're talking about somebody who just got married in a Russian prison. Good for him. But you know what? Their people have had almost 2 years to stand up. I don't see a Maidan happening in Russia. They're not doing it. They keep on sending their men to slaughter. I see things there. They say that they are supporting Putin. I see that all the time. Some of them say they're not, but you know what? Get off your duff and do something about it. I spend I don't know how many hours every single day looking and seeing the torture and the awful things that Russia is doing to Ukraine. I don't need to hear about some sweet story about a Russian who could, you know, could have done something. She could have done something. Nice story, great story. Tell her to get her buddies together and throw a protest and overthrow Putin. That would be better. Tracy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say the same about the protesting thing, because it's all well and good to say that these people are, like, you know, repressed, controlled, subjugated, in fear, blah blah blah, whatever, you know. But women in Iran feel exactly the same, and they protest, and they get beaten in the streets, and they, you know, stand up against tyranny. And you know, we saw not that long ago, when they thought there was a Jewish person on the plane, the way that people could protest then, okay, they may have been stirred up and it may have been somewhat nonsense or somewhat, you know, staged, whatever, but they can still do it, can't they? And they can still protest when they want to, and they can still come out and do all those things that they did at the airport, carrying on and getting arrested and all those things. So, you know, and I think, like you, Prince, I don't really care about what happens to them, quite frankly. Anyway, especially when I'm reading things like this, that Kharkiv Oblast has almost 1,800 explosive objects were destroyed during the week. And this is just in Kharkiv. This is just one area that's absolutely blathered in mines. From the 28th of December to the 3rd of January, however, the incredible demining teams in this particular region have demined 47 hectares of territory. But yeah, well, that's what I think about when I read things like that. And yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I kind of don't really want to know about these things either, unless it's a tale of war. I was quite enjoying that. I thought it was a tale of war anyway. So I was thinking Karen did a good job of bringing us a tale of war. Sorry, that's me and my northern sarcasm coming out there, Prince. But I was just seeing that there were the reports of air defence working in Klemensky region. So fingers crossed, hopefully that drone is taken
I think
down,
it
like you
is.
said.
I think it
Yeah.
is, and the reason I say that is because Ternopil is already is cleared now, and now that Ternopil is cleared, I think that means that they got it in Klemenski, and it never made it totally to Ternopil, and so yeah, Klemenski is still lit up, but it but it but they are also showing signs of explosions there, but at the same time, Ternopil cleared, so that looks like as far west as it got was Klemenski there. Clemency there. Of course, Kherson is having another alert, but that can be something having to do with it's a threat of ballistic missiles from the east, something they could have fired off from Crimea. And by the way, that sounds and feels like Minnie Mouse, or yeah, it sounds like Mickey Mouse is about to return.
Okay. We don't want no Mickey Mouse, and we definitely don't want no Minnie Mouse, that's for sure. So,
Can I
maybe
tie up what I was going to say? Can I tie up what I was
we're not
gonna say?
going to go back to that story about Russians, are we?
No,
Because we don't want to talk about
no,
Russians.
we're not. No, I just want to say that I care just as much about winning this war and defeating Russia as you do, and I just didn't want it to be taken the wrong way. I want to see Putin in prison or deceased, and I want to see Ukraine win. And so we are on the same side. I just hope you didn't get the wrong idea about whose side I'm on.
No, of course not, but thank you for saying that anyway, Karen. I appreciate that. Loves Democracy, you did have your hand up. Did you still want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just wanted to say good night. I I kind of wish I hadn't come in tonight. So
Oh, sorry.
I wish you well, and I'm going to finish eating my rice and drown my sorrows in sleep, because I probably need some anyway. So thank you tonight, and be good.
Hugs, loves. It was good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
Oh, that's sad,
Tracy.
isn't it? It's not. It's tough when you feel like that, isn't it? It's hard, and we just got to keep putting one foot in front of the other, haven't we? And sleep definitely helps with these things sometimes if you can get it. You know, it's not always easy to get though, is it, Prince? But we just have to keep plodding along, don't we? I've just been looking at some Russian things getting destroyed by the Special Operations Forces. Would you like to hear about that?
I like destroyed things.
I like destroyed things as well, but what I was looking at is that I thought it was quite interesting because it seems it's something interesting. It's more, well, in 1 week, 3 enemy air defense buck systems were hit in the Donetsk region thanks to the professional actions of the Special Operations Forces in the Donetsk region. The enemy lost 3 of them anti-aircraft missile complexes with 2 9C36 detection and targeting stations in 1 week. As a result of fire damage, 1 anti-aircraft missile complex was completely destroyed, and 2 more were disabled and cannot be restored. So what do you think about that? Do you think that comes in special equipment? Because I think that comes into, I mean, it could be special equipment, but it could also be electronic warfare. It's hard to know, isn't it? But 3 of them, those books, they're quite significant, Prince.
Yes, absolutely. They are, I think, special equipment. I think they are very special equipment that are much appreciated and loved, and by Russia, and they are even more appreciated and loved by us when they are destroyed because they they are not something that we would like to have around. They are a special equipment that needs to go bye bye, and so if we can send them on their merry way to bye bye, that would be the best. I do. I think I have discovered a new way of putting it that they have gone to the land of bye bye.
Well, I kind of like that, but you have to be careful because it almost sounds like Dubai.
I know that is a problem. That is a problem, and with the wrong accent, it could come off Ryan. That is goodbye, bye bye, Anya, bye bye, bye. Not any other kind of word. Just a plain and simple.
We have to go with the northern ta-ra. They've gone ta-ra.
That's not the same. Though. It doesn't sound the same. It doesn't flow off the tongue like bye bye.
You're right, it's not quite the same.
I've got exactly what you're saying and why it isn't a good thing to say it that way. So I will have to stop. But at the moment, it's stuck in my head.
Okay, well, I'm glad Mocha's told us about all the booms before she went anyway, because I had seen some of those overnight, but of course, I'm not the boomologist, so I didn't see them all. So that was very interesting. Certainly, I saw a few pictures. I don't know if you managed to see some overnight prints. I saw a couple of videos and 1 or 2 pictures of just some smoke and those types of things, nothing significant that I expect will come out, if not later today, over the next couple of days, as is usually the case. But I'm excited to see with all those locations. There's quite a lot of locations, and several of them repeated 2 or even 3 times, I noticed when Mockers was reading them out.
Yeah, it was. It was repeated explosions in different places all over Crimea, and I think I still have that. There was an image that she sent me. Yes, it's right here. It's right here. Oh crap! It's in. Well, I can tell you, Evaporita, Saki, Sevastopol, Fedorija, Jankoy, and Kerch, and then the Novorossiysk. So these were, and I think that there might have been one more in addition to that. Maybe some Farapol. I'm betting some Farapol got hit too. just looking at everywhere that was hit. Why wasn't some Simferopol hit? I'm sure something around there had to be hit. But if you look at all of these places, and it's not just one area of Crimea, it is all over because Jankoy is, here, and then the Novorossiysk is way, way over there, and then Sevastopol. I mean, you can make yourself a big, huge triangle with the different places that were hit. And I actually haven't heard a lot of the result, and I'm sure that that will come out during the day because that is the way, you know, that is the way it happens. I mean, I co-host during the EU night and during the Ukrainian night, so I obviously often don't get updates because it's dark and you can't really show me all the damage when it's dark outside. And so we're waiting for the light and waiting for the sneaky people to get out there and start showing us exactly the results of what happened. And that is the part that will be absolutely wonderful to see when we do get to see it, right?
Yes, absolutely. Like I say, with all those different explosions, those different times as well. So, oh my God, I wonder if it was Attackums. If it turns out to be Attackums, that would just be absolutely incredible, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Oh yes. Of course, that's maybe a little bit wishful thinking, Prince, but I don't know. I mean, it's got to happen at some point. That's my thinking of the situation with those Attackums. But maybe let's not get into that. But whatever it was, anyway, it's absolutely fantastic news. So yeah, let's hope for some things. I don't think we'll have to wait too long, for something coming out, because last night there were already some, minor pictures of smoke and things like that coming out. So I don't think, hopefully, we will have to wait too long, especially with that many explosions in that many different locations. Surely it's going to be pretty impossible to crack down on lots of people taking pictures. I would think, wouldn't you, with all that chaos going on?
One would hope, one would think. I do think that. I think that it probably is. It depends on where it was. Okay, it may be hard to get into Saki Airfield and take a picture. There are things that we may have to wait for. Well, you may have to wait for some satellite to go over, and for somebody to get that satellite, and for us to be able to compare what it looked like before and what it looks like now. May be a big, huge difference. And so those are, often some of the things. Um, um, those are some of the things that we need to wait for to see exactly what the damage was, right, Tracy? Because you're not going to get close to an airfield probably to be able to tell what may have happened there. That's just a thought. So maybe Mete knows. Mete, what do you know?
I'm sort of repeating from here that I got this report from F. Mosel. He's a German journalist who said that we have got the confirmation that Ukrainian forces have attacked many concentrations of troops and not the airports or something like that, but concentration of troops, and they were all successful. That's what I hear, and that I really hope, because that's like a lot of troops. That's a lot of commander posts or something like that. But uh, I have heard no reports of airports or anything like that. But I have heard that all of these Crimean strikes were to concentration of troops or operational centers, and they were successful, which is very, very, very good. Yeah. So let's hope. But of course, I can be wrong, and we need to hear it from official Ukrainian sources, but we don't always get that. But yeah, I think it's hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Sorry, Prince. I was just going to say thank you. So if you've got something else to add.
Yeah, I do get a message. I did just get a message here in the background saying that Saki got hit. I want to see Saki getting hit, and I want to see damage. And Saki, I think, is one of those places we may be able to see some things on satellite when satellite comes through. And boy, howdy, that'll make me happy. That'll make me happy. And I wonder if there may have been some super buff 200s involved in the last few days with everything in Belgorod and all of the other locations that got hit in Russia. I'm betting that there are some super buff 200s, and boy, are we glad that Will's on vacation and Chris seems to still be asleep, because once they get going on their super buff, they tend to post pictures that make me say, "Why did I say that?"
Yes, they're both away, funnily enough. I saw some pictures or video last night. I can't remember which. I think it was pictures. It said it was Crimea, but it didn't say where. And of course, it's extremely difficult to tell. And it's just pictures of smoke, and like you say, nothing that you can really confirm. Or and anyway, like you said, you need to wait for satellite photos, really, satellite images. And then, of course, we get all the best information. But the lovely Mockers has just sent a message saying she missed one boom. Can you believe she missed one boom? And that was apparently in Donetsk last night. Apparently, there was a powerful explosion that was heard by the whole city. So that's interesting, isn't it? And I was just reading something. So Yuri Ignat has been speaking, the Air Force spokesman. He's saying that they're not yet confirming information about Russia's use of missiles from North Korea. So they're basically looking at them. The statement was appropriate from the United States. That's why experts will study certain pieces of debris, and then it will be possible to say whether there is such a fact or not. I cannot confirm this yet, said the spokesman of the Air Forces, Yuri Ignat. He also believes that it's unlikely that weapons from North Korea will be more difficult to knock down, since there are many technologies that were transferred by the Soviet Union. Therefore, it is hardly worth expecting something newer. It may differ from the Iskander in some ways, but not too much. Which I think is, if I remember rightly, I think that's pretty much what Chuck was saying last night as well. I was sort of half listening and half not, so I can't say for 100%, but he would be the person to know about these things more than anybody else that I've listened to over the past, I don't know. I've slept since then, Prince. I'm trying to remember what hour or what day it was.
Welcome to your 50s. Welcome to the 50s, where the saying "I slept since then" actually works, because it's the truth. I slept since then. Don't ask me that.
Oh, I love having this excuse of age. It's just fantastic. Do you know that?
It is absolutely, absolutely. And I don't know if you use glasses or not, but I took my glasses off isn't also a really good excuse, because I really cannot see crap without my glasses. I mean, literally, I cannot read the phone without my glasses on. It's I can't see because I don't have my glasses. What are the other anyway, you'll get them all down. You'll get the over 50 perks are starting to roll in for you. And the first one is "I slept since then." I don't know.
Well, I've been saying that all my life then. I wonder what's gone wrong there. Something's happened. Anyway, I believe you must be almost ready for bed, Prince, are you not?
I am confirming that Scotty is at the transporter, and if once I know that Scotty is at the transporter, then I will jump down from the balcony so that Ming may be beamed up.
And no doubt you will join us as speaker as well. And people you will just have to put up with.
I've got some stuff I gotta do, and I really am exhausted for some reason. but I got some stuff I got to do, so I'm going to try not to come up as speaker. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Don't apologise. I'm glad to know that you're going to maybe try do some other things, even if only try, and try not to be tempted to come up as speaker. And I hope you enjoy some sleep because you jolly well deserve it, Prince.
I didn't go to bed until like 5 in the morning. I woke up and I said, Alexa, what time is it? Now she's going to tell me. 12:13 a.m. Yeah, now she tells it because I have one right here by me. And she told me it was after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was like, "Holy crap! I'm way behind. I got to get up. I have stuff to do."
I know I hate that feeling when you sleep in and then you've really needed it, but at the same time, you just sort of feel all discombobulated, don't you? Because you're out of your routine and you're like, oh, I've got to catch up and what's going on in Ukraine and what have I missed? And yeah, I definitely get that feeling for sure. Karen, please go ahead.
Just a second. I was going to ask, I am hearing there has been another attack in Belgorod, and I was wondering if anybody could update us on that.
Yes, there was an attack in Belgorod last night. Actually, I remember following this last night, and there's some pictures of quite a little bit of destruction. It seems they could be possibly have bombed themselves again, because there's a picture of something that just sort of goes up and then falls straight back down. So it looks like they've possibly done that to themselves again. Actually, I've just reposted something, so it will be at the top of my profile now, Karen. You can have a look. There's some photos that have come out this morning of lots of destruction of cars in the street. There was also, if I scroll back a little further, some things that I posted last night. Let me see. In total, apparently 30 cars were destroyed. Window panes, apartments and buildings were damaged. And this was from debris, they say, from a missile attack. But it was probably not an attack. It was probably just them doing it to themselves again. So we wait to see why and what the reasons were, but there are some pictures you can have a look at. Does that answer your question, Karen?
Yes, I look forward to hearing more.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're waiting for updates on all the hits in Crimea overnight. And as Mockers was saying earlier, some other locations. Where did she say? Bryansk as well, wasn't it? Bryansk, yeah, somewhere. I'd have to go back and have a look. But Prince Heather has finally gone to bed, thankfully, because she needs some sleep. And good morning to you, Ming. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. Morning, Tracy. How are you?
I'm not so bad, thank you. I'm getting better. The more coffee I have, of course, and just catching up with what's going on. Have you had a chance to look at anything, or is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about this morning?
Yeah, no, so I'm just plowing through, taking a look. My timeline's awash with the alleged death of Gerasimov, which I kind of think is, what is that, Tracy? Is that just a bit of NAFO fun, or is that one of these silly general SVR reports? What's the background on that one?
Oh, I've got no idea. I've not seen anything to do with that this morning, me.
Well, it started last night, right? And apparently Gerasimov died in some Ukrainian strike on a command center in Crimea. So I don't know. Everybody's just going, ooh, is he dead? Is he alive? But I don't pay an awful lot of attention to those sort of things. I can probably go and look at general SVR and find the full story and work out right away that it's a load of nonsense.
There was tons of hits in Crimea overnight, and several locations got hit several times. In fact, I mean, the list is very long indeed. Kerch, Saki, Yevpatoria, Novorossiysk, Novofedorivka, Sevastopol, And then also, as well as those locations in Crimea, I've probably missed some because I'm not the boomologist, but as well as those locations, Belgorod, Bryansk, Berdyansk, and Donetsk. And we did hear Mette said earlier that she had heard some reporting, but nothing confirmed yet, that there had been lots of command control and command posts taken out overnight by the armed forces. So, it's definitely very intriguing as the day goes on, Ming. Wouldn't it be exciting if he had popped his clogs?
Well, yeah, but I think he's probably safely tucked away in Moscow. I kind of doubt he goes anywhere near anywhere like Crimea, mainly because if anything happens there while he's there, not because he's personally at risk, it's just that he might be held responsible for some disastrous, well, from a Russian perspective, Ukrainian strike.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. But still, I can wishful thinking. What do you think, Mette?
Yeah, just to Ming, there's a rumor that Su-34 bomber plane burned in Chelyabinsk airport.
Yeah,
Have you heard of it?
Yes, no, I heard about this. I've seen the video, and I have to say, so the bit that amused me is this was all poo-pooed by Aidan Squatsons as being just a little firecracker or something. But to me, that thing that they attached to that plane looked like a thermite charge. So that thing is going to burn really hot. And obviously, if you're a saboteur, you're not going to hang around till the really big explosion, although it'd be nice to have the video. So I think that plane is probably toast. I did see that. And listen, Chelyabinsk, that's just north of the Kazakh border. That's like, 1,000 miles into Russia proper. So yeah, the Russians should be worried about that sort of thing.
So, are you talking about the GUR video, Ming?
Yeah, that one, that one, Tracy. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about this last night, actually, and thanks for saying that, because that's exactly what we were saying. Well, how come, you can just put a lighter to something like that? But I've seen them do this, like in partisan, and resistance videos. They've done it with those signal cabinets and things like that on the train, on the railway lines, etc. And they seem to go up really, really quickly, and they just put a lighter. And I thought myself, there has to be something there that they're lighting, because otherwise it wouldn't go up that quick, would it? So, but it would be nice to see more video. I'm sure they'll have it, maybe just not released it. What do you think?
Well, I guess the really convincing stuff will show up in a day or two, where when we start getting satellite footage. We'll see a burnt out plane sitting, hopefully, sitting on the parking lot in near Chelyabinsk.
Satellites are going to be very busy over the next few days, I hope, in various locations. Go ahead, Mette.
Yeah, just to come back to all the booms in Crimea last night, and the Germans also confirming that they were aiming at troops that were located there. Not so much airports, maybe, but the troops commander centers. And I hadn't heard about this Gerasimov being on any of those, but yeah, that's interesting news. Even if it's a rumor or just a hoax, but yeah. But these Germans also said that it successfully destroyed the targets. So there might be a lot of officers dead now. Hopefully. Have you heard anything more, Ming?
Well, no, I haven't, I'm afraid. But just take a look at hashtag Gerasimov or see what's trending in your area, Meta. I'm sure you'll find Gerasimov there because he's trending my way. Karen, go ahead.
Yes, I had already asked about this, but I wondered, Tracy, were you referring to the first time that Belgrade was struck? Because I am reading a article that has just been newly posted on Radio Free Europe that Belgrade has been struck a second time. And that would have been last night, Kyiv time. Is that the one you were talking about, or was it the previous one?
It was hit twice last night, Karen, yes.
Well, that's good.
Yes, it's definitely good. Like I say, I don't know if the second time was the work of air defence or them hitting themselves with a missile yet. I'm not really sure. We have to wait for more news on that. But yes, it was definitely twice. Okay, so shall we see what else has been happening this morning, Ming? We're waiting to see something coming from the Air Force yet. Nothing's coming from the Air Force. We have seen drones have been taken down in a couple of places, like Dnipropetrovsk, and the Southern Defence Forces reported some that were taken down. Air Force has shot down 70% of missiles in 2023, but almost 84% of attack drones were shot down by the armed forces last year. And that's more than 2,600 pieces. I was just looking at that information. So I just thought I would randomly read that out to you. I thought that's interesting. Did you see what Yuri Ignat had said this morning as well about those North Korean missiles, Ming?
I was just looking at North Korean missiles, just sort of slightly, looking at it from a UK perspective, because apparently the UK has condemned Russia using these North Korean missiles. So I'm kind of in two minds about that, because I suspect they're pretty crap. So I don't mind if the Russians are using them in a way. One of the reasons the Foreign Office is condemning their use of them is because they view it as a serious escalation. Well, personally, I'm all in favor of escalation, so I don't really, to the extent that they don't work, I don't mind. Obviously, if they work, then I mind. But do tell me, what has Yuri Ignat said about North Korean missiles?
Pretty much just the same as what you said then, that they're really busy, doesn't think that they work anyway. He said they may have some slightly different things to the Russian one, but they pretty much would be the same because it's mostly with Soviet parts and Soviet things anyway, and that they basically weren't worried. I'll go back and find the exact quote because I'm obviously paraphrasing here, but. Yeah, he said, and if you just hang on, actually, I can find it. Well, sometimes I can find it. Do you know how many Telegram channels I have, Ming? Not that it's relevant, but I have so many that I need to organize them into folders because I have about 200 and it gets a bit difficult to find things sometimes. So here we go. Let me see. So yeah, and he said that he didn't believe that actually that the Russians had used those missiles. Also, we were talking. I'm just looking at that, so I'm seeing it now. Prince and I were talking earlier about the videos yesterday from Budanov's birthday of GUR symbols and things all over Moscow. Did you see that, Ming? I thought that was absolutely hilarious. We've been having
I haven't seen that. So tell us about that, Tracy.
So yesterday, I don't know who it was, obviously some kind of partisans resistance, who knows? So they went all over Moscow with